Hello and a very good afternoon to you on this Saturday as we return to SPL action after the Singapore Cup group stages wrapped up. Tonight it is Balestier Khalsa versus Tanjong Pagar United here at the Bishan Stadium. Well, taking a look at the rest of the match week, a fine win for BG Tampines Rovers versus Geylang International last night. At the same time as this match, we have got Hougang United versus Albrechts Negata. That one is at Jalan Besar Stadium, which is also the venue for tomorrow's match, which is Young Lions against Lion City Sailors. To give you a quick context then of the standings here, an opportunity for Balestier Khalsa to draw level, in fact overtake Albrechts Negata if they get a win here. Tanjong Pagar United are rooted at the bottom and looks like they may well be destined to stay there at the end of this season. We shall see. For now though, let's hear from the two head coaches. These are their thoughts before kickoff.
Hi coach, back-to-back games with Tanjong Pagar. The last time out you came out blazing with an early goal. Is that something you're hoping to achieve here as well?
Yeah, look, an early goal always helps. Especially against Tanjong Pagar, who I'm not sure whether they are going to do things different today. But we again expect to have a little bit more of the ball. Tanjong Pagar maybe sitting a little bit deeper and playing off the counter. So yeah, then it usually helps when you score the first goal and you score it early. And that is something what we did last week. But then I think at some point we should have finished the game off earlier, and that's what we didn't do.
You also touched on complacency after the quick start. What have you told your side to make sure that that doesn't happen here again today?
Well, it's funny you bring that up because I think most of the team talk will be about that, because I think it's very important for players to realize that the game of last week doesn't necessarily define you as a group of players. It's mostly how do you respond to what happens to you, what defines you. And I think after games like that, when a lot of things go well, except maybe the scoring, yeah, there is a tendency to get complacent, and that's obviously the worst enemy for progress.
Yeah, I think we have a good preparation throughout the whole week. I think the boys understand the difference between the match against Balestier in the Singapore Cup was for there's no lost cause in it, and then now it's more important to get the 3 points to go out of the bottom of the table. So they understand it perfectly. Yeah.
What have you worked on further to make sure you will walk away with all 3 points today?
Again, we have to tighten our defense really well, and then not to concede the 3 goals like before, because it was the inconsistency in the first half in the structure. I think they understand right now better in the structure on how to defend well, and then after that, with a 0 scoreline, and then I think getting a goal is much more easier to win 1-0, right? Yeah.
Also, with the recent result in mind, are there any adjustments to the starting lineup or tactics we can expect?
Reza is supposed to be in, but unfortunately he met up with an accident, and then we have to make a last-minute changes. And then again, Cisse is out of the lineup. Unfortunately, he has an injury that he has not cleared yet, and I couldn't stand somebody who can't participate in the training session. And if he still can't participate in the training session until the end of the season, I think we will be without him all the way. Yeah.
Well, that is quite the revelation. Just waiting for that little nugget of information at the end of the interviews. Shasi Kumar and I kind of both had a look at each other there as we heard that, Shasi. It sounds like he doesn't sound particularly happy.
Well, it's fair enough. If you don't train, you don't play. So
yeah.
I think the message is clear, right? If you are not training well, you're not good enough for a training session, you're not ready for a game. So
no matter how important you may be on the pitch.
Exactly, and from what we hear from just a minute ago, he hasn't been training. So, if you don't train, and you obviously can't perform on the pitch. So fair enough. I think that's a good enough reason for not putting your so-called star striker in.
He's kind of calling him out in public, which means I mean, Noor Alam Shah is not one to hold back generally, is he?
Listen, we've played, what, 24 games or so. So yeah. He has been like that throughout the season, Cisse. I mean, has been inconsistent in terms of his fitness, right? He hasn't been ready all the time, so yeah, he has been out. For a foreigner to be out for a long time, in and out as well, so it's really been a big problem for Tanjong Pagar as a whole in general in terms of the foreigners.
So Jansen Fu is in charge of this one, along with Andy Tan and Samadi Nawawi, who are the assistants. Osman Rosero is the fourth official. VAR today being presided over by Joherman Zaitun and Abdul Hanan assisting. These two sides met just last week on the 29th of March in the Singapore Cup, a match that had no bearing in the final standings. Both teams are out of that competition, so the league is all they will be fighting for now. Balestier Khalsa won that game 3-0, and they will not make any changes today. They welcomed back in that game Alan Koza, the skipper, and Anton Fase, who both had an injury spell out not too long. And I think he's probably pretty happy with that as a consistent 11, more or less. I think maybe Harith Kanadi sometimes in for Fudil, but apart from that.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty settled side. And obviously with Anton Fase back in as well, he was out for a bit through injury, so he is a welcome inclusion, obviously playing that last game as well. But yeah, this is pretty much their strongest side.
There is Peter Daru, had a lot to say in that interview. He says they would like that early goal, of course, and he expects his opposition here to sit a little deeper today with perhaps, arguably, a bit more at stake. So this is the Tanjong Pagar lineup. They're going with a 3-5-2 again. That's what they did last week. Two changes for the side. The new signing Harish Krishna Kumar is not available, and the youngster 17-year-old Thorsten Cross finds himself on the bench, replaced by another youngster, Marcus Moses, and also a return for Zenevio Mota. You heard as well, as we said there, Salif Cisse not taking part, not even involved, from Noor Alam Shah, and also Reza Reski unfortunately has had an accident. We wish him well.
Yeah, we're pretty sure that Tanjong Pagar will go with a back three and obviously a 5 at the back when they do defend. You just don't exactly know where in terms of certain players will play. Marcus Moses, obviously the number 78, he is a loanee from the LCS together with Israfel, so he's usually a centre-back,
right.
A national age group player, so probably will fit in there with Syed Akmal and Faisal Roslan. So this means that Timur Talipov will be pushed further forward in a defensive midfield role. So we'll keep a lookout for that one as well. And Zenevio Mota, obviously, he plays out wide, so don't know exactly whether he'll play on the left or right.
They've really struggled this season, Tanjong Pagar. There was a slight uptick upon the return of Noor Alam Shah from that Japanese stint. Which of the players here for you represent some genuine quality that you might see other clubs thinking, no, we could raid them?
Well, you're right about them struggling, you know, and I think usually when you play for a struggling side, if you're good, it will show, you know, in a way it will show. And, you know, certain players, for me at least for this year, I think has probably stood out, and obviously because they played more games than the others, right? I think at the present moment, I think only Faisal Roslan has done pretty well on a consistent basis, together with Mota as well. I think
that's where I was kind of headed, because Mota just come back in. That's a big boost, right?
Yeah, Zenivia Mota, and you know, don't forget Akram, who played for Tanjong Pagar, and then now obviously now at LCS, and suddenly he's in the Singapore side, and started games as well for the national side. So you don't. You know, sometimes when you're playing for a struggling side, it's so difficult to pick out those players and quality players as well.
Well, let's see how they do today here. Having to go and collect from the bushes. They've got the ball back. Oh, did well there, Fukushiro, to win the ball back. Here is why Mota can be a dangerous guy. Pace about him, loves to run at players. Not so sure about the pass, though.
That ball was for Sahil Suhaimi, but that was a bad ball.
It's back to Darren Tews. Right back today. Now, Che Deng, who is just 19, and he's got drafted in very quickly into that heart of the defence. Points away from the team just above them. That's the Young Lions, and that's a tough one now for Tanjong Pagar. There are 8 games remaining. They would have to win every single one of those and hope Young Lions slip up to even think about catching up. 3 losses in a row in the league. That was after a win and a draw. A win against DPMM 3-0 and a draw against Young Lions. Since then, it's been 4-1 defeat against LCS, 2-1 at the hands of Albrechts, and then a hammering 5-0 by Geelong International. So that was the brief resurgence for Tanjong Pagar. Sugita asking for a throw. I think it might just come off him last. Mota there trying to just get that over Fudil. Preferred today Fudil over Harith Kanadi. Saad Akmal gets that over to Sahil Suhaimi, a header away by Madhu. It's not too far away. Going to some challenge there. Faisal Roslan did well. Touch on by Sahil. Oh, the build-up was pretty good, wasn't it? The shot in the end from Mota just screws it wide.
Yeah, Balestier just struggling to come to terms with this early pressure from Tanjong Pagar. Good play, especially in the middle of the park. Faisal Roslan, Raihan Rahman as well. Good flick on. And then that shot had to go first time. He does well, but always going away from goal. Good start for Tanjong Pagar. High press as well.
Not necessarily something you see too often. It's a lovely turn, isn't it? From Fukushiro, who's brought down by Mota.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the formation with Faisal Roslan in a left wing-back role.
It's interesting, I've not seen him in that kind of role.
Yeah, he's a left wing-back role, and Azim is playing in the middle, and Talipov in the heart of the
oh, confusion there. Sorry, Shasi, we'll come back to that because they kind of all left it for someone else there, Tanjong Pagar. They got away with it in the end. Here's Wada. somehow it gets up to Mota, who might have some joy today against Fudil.
Yeah, good open play, end-to-end stuff there. Wada, good hold-up play in the middle for Tanjong Pagar just before that, and Raihan Rahman doing Raihan Rahman things. Jumping into challenges and conceding a foul.
Yeah, he was brought back not too long ago from the club that he was with prior to his semi-retirement. There's Fudil. But it's a positive start, at least from a Tanjong Pagar perspective.
Yeah, they look up for it. And you know, I just spoke about Faisal Roslan playing in that left wing-back position, and it does look like it's kind of a back four as well. You know, if you really look at it, with Faisal Roslan as a left back, Syed Akmal as a right back. So very interesting.
Do you feel it's one of those where it can become a 5 or a 4 type of things?
Yeah, depending on the ball and depending on where the opponent is with the ball. So it's very flexible.
There's the fullback you mentioned, Faisal Roslan. Wada. Well, there was space. I think there was every right to go for a shot there.
Yeah, but a little bit too ambitious. You know, I think he had space in front of him to run onto Azim. When he receives this ball from Wada, just take a look at the space in front of him.
Yeah.
And he should have just used the space, attacked the play, and used Zenevia Mota on the right-hand side.
Well, right now, all the attacking is coming from Tanjong Pagar.
Yeah, they haven't really started the game well, Balestier. Not at the races at all.
But they got the relatively early goal in the last game through Kodai Tanaka, who was excellent in that one. Fudil, Fukushiro, oh, he's done brilliantly there against Syed Akmal. Is there a tackle on him? And you can hear Peter Daru was not happy about that.
I think this time the referee got it right. I think there was a touch on the ball. I'm going to take a look at the replay again. That ball was there. He got the ball. I think it was a good spot. I think he wanted the foul by Syed Akmal, maybe, you know, but that final tackle was definitely on the ball.
Yeah, he's had a couple of stiff challenges already, Fukushiro. But he won't be too happy with how things have started. He's got a shake of the head. I wonder if that's about the foul or the way his team have approached things in the first 8 minutes.
Probably a combination of both, because I don't think the team has started well. They haven't really controlled the game. Probably need to slow down a little bit. Keep possession of the ball first and try to keep control of the game first.
Fukushiro should be okay. Play resumes. Khalsa looking to make some inroads here. Fudil up towards Fukushiro.
Somehow we just feel that Tanjong Pagar a little bit hungrier today, you know, from the way they're pressing and from the players' movements as well.
Fase.
Fase obviously is a left footer. He's playing out on that right-hand side. Obviously, you know what that can happen. Obviously, wanting to cut in all the time. Oh, great play from
What a
Sahil.
play, and it's also a bit of space up here to run at. Zenivia Mota can also go for goal. That was really nicely done by Fudil. It's going to be a very interesting battle here between these two.
Good work from Fukushiro as well, but yeah, there was so much of space.
Talk to us about that space.
Yeah, exactly, and for a moment there, you thought probably Fudil was a little bit too far off, and luckily he got that block in, but Zenivia was right to go for the shot because the space was there. Ooh.
That's a loose ball, and that's coolly finished. Well, they've been all over the place in the first 10 minutes. Balestier, Khalsa, and Faisal Roslan in this new position he's been put in profits from that confusion at the back. It's 1-0 Tanjong Pagar.
When we talk about defending, take a look at Fudil's defending here. He just wasn't patient enough, tried to shield the ball, not good enough, and then the first miss was from Sahil, but what a cool finish that was from Faisal Roslan. And you asked me about the player that stood out. He is one, definitely, and he has this in him as well. And when he scored the penalty a couple of games ago as well, very cool, know exactly what he was doing. There you go, superb finish, wasn't it?
It was the two players, actually, that you've picked out. The one with the assist, Mota, and the one with the goal. I did kind of come off behind me along the way.
And he's the kind of player that can play in a couple of positions as well. You know, he can play in central defense, out wide, in a wing-back position like today as well. It's really, really good to see him score there as well.
Well, it's absolutely what's deserved of the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're right.
Shasi, right? You can't argue with that. Maybe sometimes it's one of those, perhaps, where the better team on paper needs a bit of a wake-up call. We shall see. Balestier Khalsa have just not got anything right on the pitch so far.
Yeah, on paper, you're definitely right, because, you know, it's really irrelevant, really, right? If you look at performances and whatever, you still got to turn up and do the job. And so far, Balestier, they've been missing.
Here's Shahadat. Not really too much on the ball so far.
He does well initially, and then give away. The ball has run out of play.
Had the one decent chance in that game against Balestier Khalsa. Made a bit of a hash of it. But it was all Balestier Khalsa in that last game. It is not the case here, just a week later.
And having said that, Balestier has beaten Tanjong Pagar in their previous 8 matches. You know, last time Tanjong Pagar beat them was way back in 2022. And this season as well, 5-0, 5-2, 5-0, 3-0 in the Singapore Cup. It's ridiculous, really.
And do you remember what Peter Deroux was saying at the start of the match? Just Fasse. Well, no one's there.
Well, the only good thing you can say about Balestier is that they can't get any worse in terms of, you know, performances as well, or performance as well. They need to do better here. First 13 minutes or so hasn't been great. That's a good ball, actually, from Fasse, but no striker in the box.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, if you remember, Peter Deroux was saying, I expect them to be even deeper today than they were last week.
Yeah.
Far from that.
Yeah, it's a wrong call, but obviously, you know, players and teams do change tactically, so Nur Alam Shah has done that.
It's worked so far. I love they've won the ball back here. Wada. He saw Hafiz well off his line, which is what you'd expect of Hafiz. The shot, though, nowhere near in troubling him. It's a bit of a smile there from Wada.
Yeah, he stole the ball off skipper Alan Koza, and obviously you always know that Hafiz won't be on the line from those positions, so well worth the effort, but execution was bad from Wada. And just look at the Tanjong Pagar position there, they're really high up the pitch.
Got to be a bit careful though when you've got some fast players like Fasse, Fukushiro and Tanaka.
And Alan Koza, for the second time in a row, he gives the ball away.
Here's Mota now. He's having a lot of the ball today. Really enjoying himself. Be a bit careful in those positions. Silva clears. It's a big kick up.
What is Shara doing there? He just stopped the chase. Should have gone for it again. And Gallagher this time has been really, really bad. Those two, Alan Khalsa and Jared Gallagher, on the ball.
Giving the ball away unnecessarily. There's the new player in, Moses. Wada. Deng is there. They're just battling everything, the 50-50s. They're doing so well here.
Yeah, losing out to the first ball, to the second ball. Not at the races, Balestier, but really credit goes to Tanjong Pagar so far. That did look like a foul by Deng on Sahil Suhaimi. Just turned his man, got a little bit too tight on him.
Down the line there, Moses sees the danger.
It's been a very good start for the youngster, Marcus Moses, number 78. Assured, solid.
Now Khalsa, they've got to get their Hello, welcome to Bishan Stadium. If you are wondering what on earth is going on, well, we can tell you that 20 minutes of play occurred here in the Singapore Premier League match between Balestier Khalsa and Tanjong Pagar United. It was around 6:20 or so when play was called off, and in that 20 minutes, this is what happened. Shashi Kumar here with me, and it was a fine bit of work from Mota on the right-hand side.
Yeah, good work down the right-hand side from Zenevio Mota. He got the better of Fudale and the cross came in, and Faisal Roslan with a quite assured finish from the left wing-back.
So, we've had a long break of almost 2 hours, just shy of 2 hours. Play will restart. I think we can see some light drizzle. We don't know, of course, if there's going to be more thunder and lightning. That could well be the case. There's a game on at Jalan Besar Stadium as well. That has not quite restarted yet, so we shall keep you posted of events over there. Shasi, just to recap for people who may have only just joined us or who could have memory issues, basically, the first 20 minutes was pretty much all Tanjong Pagar, fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I think Tanjong Pagar had the better of the first 20 minutes or so. They were first to the ball, second balls as well. They looked a little bit hungrier and you know, pressing high up the pitch as well, which Peter De Roo wasn't expecting. I think he was expecting Tanjong Pagar to sit a little bit deep, and yeah, and they have had a very good start. But you were also saying the break, and it's a long break due to the lightning warning system, could work in Balestier's favour.
If you're Peter De Roo and you've seen that first 20 minutes, this is actually divine intervention to bring them in, and you've got 2 hours now to really rail into them, right?
Yeah, I think so. You know, but you know, I don't really know whether a long wait would help them.
True.
But you know, it went on for what 1.5 hours. So it's a long break, and it's a long break for both teams. You know, we talk about momentum and all, and let's see what both teams can come up with after that.
Fassi laying the ball off. By the way, have you ever been involved in a stoppage of that kind of length, whether as a player or a coach?
No, I don't think I have ever remembered that. And
it wouldn't be easy to switch back on, would it? Or is it? I don't know.
No, it's not easy. It's not, especially if you're, you know, having the edge in terms of, you know, the momentum, like I said before. And it's always good to just keep on playing,
right?
But, you know, to take a break and go into the dressing room, and obviously, you know, you've already warmed up, and then you go in and, you know, you've cooled down. So it's a difficult thing, but they've got to go on and get on with it.
Well, that's a lovely ball from Madu Mohana up to Darren Day, who's trying to get to the byline. They're asking for a penalty here.
I think it's the right decision. I think Talepov was probably a little bit more, or a little bit stronger than Alan Khalsa. And if this was given, it would be really soft, a soft one.
Shoulder to shoulder, just about.
It's just stronger than Alan Khalsa.
I think what we saw in the first 20 minutes was Tanjong Pagar really pressing, right? And really creating all kinds of pressure. And Balestier, even when they didn't have the pressure on them, they weren't passing the ball.
Yeah, you're right. And
well.
Players like, even like the skipper Alan Khalsa, Jared Gallagher in the middle of the park, Fukashiro, and didn't really have a good time in terms of their passing.
Well, they come forward here. Balestier Khalsa, Fassi.
I think the player was caught offside there, and anyway, Raihan was in there to stop the run from Fassi.
Yeah, still coming down, that rain.
Well, as long as there's no lightning and the LWS doesn't come on, I guess it's okay to play.
Hafiz with the goal kick. There's Talepov. Smashes it up front. Sherdeng is there first. Faisal Roslan just tucking in there. He of the first goal. There's Fukushiro, who was lively, got into a few scrapes in the early exchanges. Jared Gallagher. What I gotta say as well, Shashi, this is the only grass pitch at the moment we have in the SPL. It's held up really well, at least from what we're seeing.
Absolutely. You know, it's brilliant, isn't it? And obviously one of the better pitches in terms of grass, obviously.
In Singapore.
Yeah. And
fantastic drainage. If you think about the amount of water that's been dumped on it in the last couple of hours. But there are going to be challenges. Do players, what do they feel when it's wet and slippery? Are they a little bit tentative at times?
Oh, I know of players who love playing in this weather so that they can get into tackles. No, really.
We're not talking about the schoolboy stuff. We're talking about professional level, right?
They love, you know, getting into challenges like that, and the defenders would love it. But, you know, you got to judge the ball as well.
Yeah.
Because the ball will just fizz away from you, and your passes got to be right. Cannot really go into spin. Look at it.
Wow,
it's just...
now we're getting a real view of it here. There was some debate about who would get the throw in. Now, this I know you certainly will have experienced. You haven't had a 2-hour delay, but you've certainly played in these kind of conditions.
Of course. And listen, I didn't really like playing on...
Okay, so you were on the other side.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Because it's also susceptible to injury. That's Mota. He's done really well here.
That's a great ball.
Look who it is. Oh, Faisal Rostam trying to bend it. We will probably have another angle of that to see. Oh, was that Raihan Rahman?
No, I think the finish was from...
it was Faisal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great run from Zenevio, just taking it past the defender.
Yeah.
The way he took it down, wonderful, wasn't it? And it was the right thing to do. He tried to curl it, and I think it was Azim who was asking for the ball just behind him. The ball didn't come to him.
That's now a couple of times we've seen this kind of combo between the two fullbacks. Here we go, 5 attempts.
5 attempts as well for Tanjong Pagar.
Would you be concerned from a Balestier point of view about how easily, we'll come back to that here, Fase just got behind the defense briefly. Kodai Tanaka wanting to pull off a shot, not quite doing it. Jared Gallagher does. There will be a corner. That's probably one of the more dangerous moments they've had.
I think it was the first time that they actually got behind the defense on the left-hand side. And it was Sugita who was away, and he's cut back there. Kodai Tanaka, great ball control there. And in the end, shot coming offside Akmal, well worth the effort from Jared Gallagher.
Right, putting on my glasses now for a little better view of things. The rain not helping proceedings. There's Tanaka's header. Tanaka's ball to Mad Mohan, the header just wide. That might actually be the first attempt we've had. Oh, it's pelting down. Sorry, Shashi, I'm just going to go back to the earlier point I was going to ask you. It's now Mota gotten to dangerous positions. He's got past Fudil Iyad twice now. One led to a goal. The other could well have done a second. Is that a concern for Peter de Roo? Is that something he's going to be looking at?
Yeah, of course. And I think, and just looking at the other side of things as well, if you are Nur Alam Shah, you'd say go on this side, because Fudil, obviously, he's a youngster. He's done well so far. His second season in the side, but you know, he's still a young boy. You know, so get at him. Lots of overloads on this side as well.
Well, Sal Suhaimi felt he was fouled. Looks at the referee. Here's Tanaka. Nicely done with Fase. Comes back to Fase. That's a bit of a scorpion. And that flies well over.
Yeah, lovely work. A give and go on that right-hand side, and probably Fase should have just left it for, I think it was Fukushiro just behind him. And I've got to say the ball wasn't the best as well from Kodai Tanaka.
Yep, would have been spectacular. Seen goals like that in the past from Mkhitaryan and Giroud. Oh, this is, if anything else as well, Shashi, the ball, the rain's coming into your face. It's difficult, isn't it, judging things?
And you spoke about players, the goalkeepers as well. You know, if I were the coaches,
shoot on sight.
Yeah, shoot. Take shots from range. Never know.
Yeah. It's a nightmare for a keeper in these situations. But you do feel that Balestier have, at least from an attacking point of view,
Yeah, I think so.
got a bit better.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, the players, I think they need those really attacking players and influential players to get into the picture. Fase, Fukushiro, Sugita as well, and even Tanaka. They weren't really at the races in the first 20 minutes of the game.
And they had an interesting lineup here. Tanjong Pagar with Syed Akmal as right back and Faisal Roslan as left back. Here's Darren Tay. Now Koza. Sherdeng. Fudil Iyad. Fukushiro. This is about as good a spell of possession as they've had. Of course, as soon as I say that, they lose the ball.
Yeah.
Here's Sahil's.
Yeah, the skipper hasn't been great, Alan Koza. You know, he's just played some really bad balls.
Normally quite reliable, Shasi.
Yeah. Usually very tidy on the ball, but
half an hour gone. 10 minutes since the restart. The rain is really coming down heavily here at Bishan Stadium. It's been an improvement of sorts for Balestier Khalsa. Fukushiro. Rather a bit of fortune there as Koza squares the ball to Fudil. This is about as high as we've seen them, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, this is much better from Balestier, just putting on the pressure. But they still need to get behind the Tanjong Pagar defense. Not a ball like that, and they just panicked a little bit.
Yeah.
He should have just controlled it. He had time.
That's gone out for a corner.
Yeah.
Would you be advocating something like an in-swinger here to just put the pressure on the keeper?
Yeah, you're right. You know, I think just swing one in with pace. But this is going out.
Tanaka, they've dealt with that fairly well. Darren Tay, as you said, shoot on sight, see what happens.
And sometimes I just do wonder, why do you have your top striker taking your corners, you know?
Because he's good in the air as well, Tanaka, even for not a tall man.
Yeah, and it's not a special corner kick as well from Tanaka. You know, you could have had Darren Tay taking the corner.
Yeah,
you know?
Correct.
Or anyone. Or you could have taken the corner.
Oh, that's not... just very quick, since we're joking around there, look at Silva was quite unhappy because there was no one there to get the ball. He had to go all the way to the bushes to go and get it.
It's a good point, you know.
We saw that earlier as well.
Yeah, what happened to the ball boys? They've gone home. Well, I see one now, just running behind him, and
yeah, the game.
Again, I don't know why.
Oh dear, poor little kid. Oh, it's a lot for these young lads. Well, they all just stopped for a second. Do you think there's a point, Shasi, where it just becomes too dangerous in terms of wetness on the pitch, where it becomes too slippery and people are sliding in, and would the referee even try looking at that?
Yes, I think, and that's usually why referees check the pitch before the game as well, even when it's dry, right? So
yeah,
when it rains like that, the referee would check whether it's waterlogged, whether the ball will run cleanly or not. So it's now really up to the referee. But at the moment, the ball is running fine because, as you said, the pitch is brilliant.
Brilliant, it is. Absolutely lovely. It's holding up spectacularly well. Here's Fase. Faisal clears. Just see Sahil was thinking about a run. Shahadat Masnawi, his strike partner, has been a little bit quiet. Here's Masahiro Sugita of Fukushiro. That's a lovely turn from him. Onto Kodai Tanaka. And that is a great bit of defending from Moses, the young man. First ever start for him in the SPL. He's only had 19 minutes before this in 2 previous appearances. Just kind of shuffled off the pitch.
Exactly, and again, I don't know. Fukushiro should have been a little bit stronger, I feel.
Oh, he's almost bemused by the situation. pitches this kind of drainage back in the day, Shashi? Probably not.
No.
It would have been a heavy pitch by now,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Here's Jared Gallagher. And those pitches would have certainly led to all kinds of injury
Yeah,
concerns.
Really, really heavy as well.
Yeah.
You know, on those grass pitches.
There's the man in question, Jensen Fu, what he will be looking at. His play continues here, and Khalsa gets enough on it to take it back to Madu Mohana. Here's Hafiz. Tay was trying to thread that through. It's a little bit of luck there. Looking for Fassi, who eventually gets the ball. He lofts it over, there's no one there. That's not a great header, is it, from Mota? First real mistake we've seen from him. He's had a good game so far. Fudil just showed a bit too much of the ball. That's great work from Raihan. Oh, brilliant. Got some kind of touch on that, Khalsa, just stop the progress of the ball momentarily. Now, Mota is up against Jared Gallagher here. Oh, that's a fantastic ball. Danger's not over yet. Cuts a little side, that's one another. Brilliant finish. Shadat Masnawi gets his name on the score sheet. And that's again a ball going across the box that has caused problems.
Oh, that was a great finish, wasn't it? Again, we talk about the first goal from Faisal Roslan, very assured finish. This was as well. And this ball in from Faisal Roslan with his left foot. What a ball this was to Zenivio, a raking ball. And then Zenivio, 1v1. That's a good ball. Sahil Suhaimi there.
That's the second time he's done that.
Exactly.
And the second time it's led to a goal.
And it's a...
Well, it's
an assist as well. We can say two dummies, but again, they should have done better here.
Shashi, I just want to point out, we're not seeing Fudil anywhere in the picture, right? Because he was gone up top.
Because and again it's 1v1, Jared Gallagher on him, and no marking on Sahil, and then that was a great finish. No chance for Hafiz.
Third goal of the season for Shadat Masnawi, and they are in a very good position. They've had to weather a little bit of a storm, and I don't mean the one above them. But that's a number of times now that they've had really good progress down that right-hand side for them. Thanks to Mota, and Faisal Roslan and him are really combining well. Oh, lovely turn from Azim. Here's Mota. They're looking aside, transformed at the moment. Tanjong Pagar. Now, is there a problem here?
Well, it's out of the pitch, so it's up to the physios to come on, really.
Could be my rather dodgy eyes, but I wonder if the rain has just eased up a bit. It might well have.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah. Because he's off the pitch, as Shashi mentioned, play is going to continue. And normally players try to roll themselves back on so their play stops and their team isn't down to 10 men. Well, it must be pretty bad if that's not happening. It looked like a head injury. Here's Fassi. Oh, he's put pace on that, and the keeper can only parry it away centrally. Tanjong Pagar have dealt with it pretty well. Shadeng, he's got to be careful. Mota's got lots of pace.
He's got to play it down. I think the goalkeeper.
Yeah, some Silva's down. I wonder, he's just saying it's tightened up.
Now this was the 1v1. He does well here. Pace and power. Fasé. Well, don't exactly know why he's injured. He's okay.
You know, the cynics might suggest, is that a way to just ensure that Shahadat?
Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it?
Just wonder if it's a strategic one. That could be.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
If you're being cynical.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of spray, isn't it?
Tanaka isn't convinced.
Well, it's gamesmanship. It's you can understand why they've done it. Shahadat seems to be okay now, and I'm assuming Matthew Silva will be fine. There we go. Well, excuse me, Noor Alam Shah will be very happy with what they've seen.
Yeah, and we spoke about Balestier's great record against Tanjong Pagar. It looks like they might just lose it today. Obviously, lots of time left.
Talking of time, we're not far away from half-time here. I think there'll be a few minutes added on.
No, the thing now is they're having a problem with the ball boys again, and it's not the players or the match officials' fault. You know, the authorities or whoever's, they got to sort this out.
Yeah, it's causing a bit of angst, and yeah, you're right.
You know, whoever's in charge of the ball boys, you know, they've got to get this done.
Here's Shadeng. Can they pull one back before half-time? We saw yesterday's match where Gillingham International pulled one back to make it 2-1, but then never really pushed on from there. Up towards Fukushiro.
Much better ball into the penalty area. It's not good enough. And so far it has been like that. Not good enough for Balestier.
Touch on there from Fukushiro. Oh, he's done really well. Do you think it's kind of better when Fasé goes to the left and Fukushiro's on the right? What do you think?
Yeah, judging from the first half so far, I think he looks a little bit more comfortable on the left-hand side. But some players love to play on the opposite side, you know, because they love cutting in. But
yeah.
Fasé, he likes going on the outside a lot as well. So, you know,
and then he cuts it in from the byline.
Yeah,
cuts the ball back in, right?
Yeah, because he likes crossing the ball, and I think it's really preference.
Here's Khalsa. As we get to the final minute of the first half. Being told there will be 4 minutes to be added on. Fudil. Slip through to Fassi. That runs away from him. Of course, Tanjong Pagar now just letting that ball roll away. They're going to take their time with this. Well, the good news is, as we said, rain has somewhat eased.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 4 minutes of added time.
Confirmation then of the 4 minutes. Oof, ball is skipping around like that. Just looking at the benches here. Enough to call on both sides, particularly Balestier Khalsa. Certainly from an attacking point of view, they've got more options than Tanjong Pagar. A lot of youngsters in that Tanjong Pagar lineup. And there are 2 goalkeepers as well on their bench. But it's Balestier Khalsa who need to change something up anyway. Certainly for the second half. There's a yellow card being dished out here.
Yeah, it has been for accumulation really of fouls by the youngster Marcus Moses. It's second late challenge since the restart. But he has had a good game so far.
Yeah, I agree. He's looked pretty comfortable. Also helped by this quite blunt attack so far from Balestier Khalsa. Sugita, easy one there for Silva. He's quite happy to eat up a few seconds here and there when he can. Long range effort. I think that was Sahil. Darren Tay. Here's Jared Gallagher. The left back Fudil. Poor pass, doesn't get to Fassi. Well, Fudil just shielding his body there, looking to draw a foul from Azim, which he does.
Yeah, it's a foul. Nothing more than that on Fudil.
In that final minute of added time now. Out wide here is Anton Fassi. To pick that loose ball up. Shahadat is looking for Sahil. That's a great ball. They'll be happy with that. In the right sort of area in the last few seconds.
Yeah, and Sahil does well to earn his side a throw-in. Knew exactly what he was doing. Sherdang was just coming across quickly. Nicely done.
Here's Fassi. Big challenge in there. Rahman Whistle goes.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stop-start,
the halftime score
first half,
is
but
Khalsa
it is Tanjong Pagar who come through with 2 goals, one by Faisal Ruslan before we had a long break due to the lightning. But then it almost struck twice in the way that the goal happened. A ball from the right, Sal Suhaimi fumble. And this time it was Shahadat Masnawi who made no mistake. Halftime score here at Bishan Stadium. It's Balestier Khalsa 0, Tanjong Pagar United 2. We'll be back shortly with highlights and analysis. It is halftime here at Bishan Stadium in what has been a protracted match so far because of the almost 2-hour delay due to the lightning warning system being turned on. The Storm has also been on the pitch on the behalf of Tanjong Pagar United. They started so brightly, Shashi, and got their just rewards.
Yeah, I think so. It was good play from Tanjong Pagar in the early stages, especially in the first 20 minutes or so. That was the shot from Zanivio Mota. It just slices the ball off target after great work from Faisal, and then Raihan in the middle of the park.
Has he been the player of the half for you so far, Mota, maybe? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's been really good, and here he is getting the better of Fudel. A miss kick from Sahil. He will say that that is his assist, his first assist of the game. And Faisal Roslan, I gotta say, that was a very, very good finish.
Yeah, excellent work from the defender. I think that was his, what, 5th goal of the season? And just a lot of space around Shashi overall, isn't there?
Yeah, I just love the way he took it as well. And then this was the goal again.
Too easy to get past Fudil?
I think so. But, you know, I think he tried to use his body, but then didn't know where Zanivio was. But I love this finish, just right into the corner. Brilliant.
Then we had the delay. The lightning warning system came on. It was just shy of 2 hours that we waited before play resumed. And while there was a bit of an improvement for Balestier Khalsa, this happened.
Yeah, it's again, nearly knew exactly what he was trying to do there, just trying to curl it into the far corner. And Zanivio Mota again, really lively down that right-hand side. Good first touch, second touch, just putting it out of his feet, and then...
Well, the pressure continued, and it was Mota again who created this. It's almost a carbon copy in many ways. Have a look.
Yeah, and Sahil again, second assist of the game, perhaps, but yeah, you can see, look at him there. He knew exactly that, you know, he totally miskicked that one, but good move again, good ball this was from Faisal Roslan. And Zanivio in that 1v1 situation, so it's going to be dangerous, and then just puts it on a plate, I say, to Sahil, but good finish from Shahdad.
Yeah, there's no Fudil Iyad in the picture at all. The Balestier Khalsa left back. And Mota taking advantage of the amount of space he was having in time. Again, no one was near Sahil. But it was a fine finish from Shahadat Masnawi for that second goal. Into that bottom left-hand corner. And so we look at the statistics, Shashi, and while Balestier have had the majority of the ball, they haven't done much with it, have they?
Yeah, I don't think they have done enough. You know, you just take a look at the attempts as well. Tanjong Pagar with more attempts, but they haven't really gotten behind Tanjong Pagar's defense. Maybe once with Anton Fassi, but apart from that, value for money, Tanjong Pagar.
So we are going to take a break. Yeah, just another one. Don't worry, this one will be pretty short. First, let's just tell you it is goalless at Jalan Besar Stadium. Hougang United and Albrechts Niigata goalless there. We will update you if that changes. We will return shortly as well. Hopefully the second half will take place as scheduled. Welcome back to Bishan Stadium, excuse me, getting involved with the match that's also happening in Jalan Besar right now. But here at Bishan, it is 2-0 to Tanjong Pagar United against Balestier Khalsa, which before the game, Shashi, would have been maybe have been a surprise.
Of course, you know, I think it's definitely favourites to win this, Balestier. You know, obviously position in the table on top of the fact that they've had a very, very good run against Tanjong Pagar this season so far. So it's been a surprise, but the performance of Tanjong Pagar, I think that's been great. They've been really, really all over Balestier, especially in that first 20 minutes. And then Balestier just haven't really gotten behind this Tanjong Pagar defense.
Well, we speculated that the long break, Jansafu wants to take the kickoff himself, that it might actually help Balestier Khalsa. We saw a slight improvement going forward, but the same old problems remain at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think they've really had problems all year around, Balestier. Even last year, defensively, they weren't that great. And it's the same again.
Just to illustrate what Shashi is talking about here with the defending of Balestier Khalsa, they have conceded the most goals, the second most goals in the SPL, 70, and these are the two worst defenses in the league. Tanjong Pagar, 85 goals in the red, it's 70 for Balestier Khalsa. Seems to be a bit of a discussion here. Presumably to synchronize the kickoff. Mind you, they've looked fairly solid at the back today, haven't they, Tanjong Pagar?
Yeah, you're right. You know, I think the three at the back, Timur Talipov, Syed Akmal and Marcus Moses, they've done well as a three. And of course, aided by Zenevio Mortar and Faisal Roslan at the wing-back position.
Well, let's see if this half-time break had helped Balestier Khalsa in any way, as Madu Mohana launches that up to Kodai Tanaka. Darren Tay. No change of personnel, by the way. Sahil, close attention there from Darren Tay. Has to go all the way back. Was there a bit of a tug on him? I think that's...
No, it hit Jansen on the way back.
Well, we do apologize if you heard any untoward language.
It's not a bad drag back from Jansen.
Oh, at the moment, Balestier need all the help they can get. Almost gets through him again. Sherdeng. Now Alan Koza, Balestier Khalsa. Masahiro Sugita there. This is Jared Gallagher. Fukashiro just showed a bit too much of the ball to Wada. Sugita, ball just caught under his feet. Now Fase looking to just thread that through to Tanaka.
Yeah, good interception from Talipov there. Just got in front of his man, read the game very well. Nicely done.
Has him up to Shadat. Can't hold on to the ball. Now Darren Tay. Here's Fase. Likes to go on that outside. That's why we were talking about how he might be more comfortable on this left-hand side. Gets a corner.
Yeah, he likes that push and run move, and obviously he's got that pace and power as well.
Sahil got something on it. There's a player down. I think that's Faisal Ruslan.
Yeah, I think it's on the landing, I think, when he went up for the header.
Someone barking out instructions at Mota. Yeah, there you go. Faisal going down. I think it might have been coming together with Chair Deng. Again, we see Kora Tanaka taking the corner. There's got to be someone else who can take a corner, you'd think. Again, they clear their lines fairly well, Balestier. Gallagher up to Tanaka. Koza. Sugita, he fizzes that into the box. They've been quite solid, Shasi.
Yeah, it was a good ball that was driven in, but another player in the way.
What? How about that from Hafiz? Well, he's always full of surprises. There we see Fase. He's done well. Not so much with the cross. So many players running towards the ball. Jared Gallagher, in the end, takes a shot.
Yeah, a couple of players in the picture there, including Fudale. And to be fair, don't think you'd be confident with both players taking shots there, Jared Gallagher and Fudale.
I'm still getting over Hafiz's bit of skill there. Mota. Oh, lovely work. Mota gets past his man. He's got a lot of space to work with. He pulls it back once again to Faisal Ruslan, who's unselfish. Should he have taken the shot?
Oh, that was great tracking back from Sugita. But yeah, a little bit unselfish there. But again, it's that right-hand side, isn't it, Zenevio Mota? He's been excellent, and here comes Sahil on this left-hand side.
Oh, they are finding lots of space. Look at Mota is Sahil. Oh dear, got that all wrong. Shasi, just explain to us from a coaching perspective, why are there so many pockets of space happening? What's going on?
Well, it's on the transition, isn't it? It's the same thing. You know, you always have a team that's great in possession, and then suddenly when they go on the defensive, they're all over the shop. Players not in proper positions, and then this one here, you talk about Faisal not or being a little bit unselfish, and then the second time as well, I thought that was a good move, Sahil and Zenevio, but the shot wasn't the best.
So, would that solution that we talked about in the first half of replacing Fudale, is that going to help at all, do you think? Is that not necessarily addressing the problem?
No, I don't think it's a Foodale problem. It's a team problem. You know, when you are in possession, you've really got to be careful behind as well. You know what's going on behind positioning as well. So if you do lose the ball, are you in a position to win the ball back? So that's key.
He's time and again, hasn't he? He's got behind defences, Mota. He's finding joy. And they just haven't got that third goal yet, but it feels right now that it's Tanjong Pagar who looked the more dangerous. Darren Tay goes down the line, finds Alan Koza. Jared Gallagher, not a great ball towards him. Sahil's held on to that quite nicely. Again, look at that space we talked about, but it's just a bit too much on it.
Yeah, actually, it was superb play from Sahil, and until that ball, you know, I think if that ball was a good one for Faisal, I think it'd be away.
I'll tell you what, it's been Faisal Roslan and Zenevia Mota being the best attacking forces. So Tanjong Pagar. Here's Fase. Sugita. Away by Faisal. Mohana intervenes. Bit of improvisation from Talipov and gets the ball across to Azim. Moses. He was looking for Sahil. Here's Masahiro Sugita. He's going a bit deep, trying to make things happen. Fase. It comes off Foodale, it goes in. Quite strong there.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, Foodale. The first one was already a dangerous one. They just went behind Zenevio. This was the sliding challenge. It starts up as well.
And that's, I think, the point that Jansen Fu was quite emphatic about there. Gesturing at the player, got to be careful. That might be his last warning. Talipov will take over on the free kick, and I think there might be a card dished out now. The referee saying, get on with it. You can hear the fans getting restless. Now, is there a bit of space here? Slip through, Konai Tanaka, an opportunity, but he shoots right at Silva. That's the best chance by a long way for Balestier Khalsa.
Yeah, that was good play from Fukashiro. Did so well to come inside and then knew exactly where Korai Tanaka was running onto. And yeah, you're right, just the shot probably could have been better, a little bit too straight at Matt Silva.
They just haven't had those kind of moments, have they?
Yeah,
tonight?
Not enough.
Well, bit of encouragement there. Gallagher, here's Fukashiro. Te. Tanaka. This looks a bit well worked. Oh, and Koza prods it well wide in the end, but at least they've created a couple of opportunities.
Yeah, great work, great ball in. Just whipped in by Darren Tay. Only just Alan Koza just couldn't get there.
Seems to be a little delay for something or other. What was that, VAR? No, all good. He said hold on, then looked at his watch. Azim. They're just finding these little pockets. It's brilliant from Tanjong Pagar. Zenevio Mota surging through. Zenevio Mota, what a run. Just left himself a little too much to do.
Well, on the ball, he is so fast, and it's a difficult skill actually. You know, sometimes you are off the ball, you've got good pace, but on the ball as well, he's got this There you go. You know, he's got that pace to just burn, and brilliant. The acceleration.
I totally agree with you about him being one of the players that really has caught the eye in this Tanjong Pagar side this year. Oh, lovely turn from Wada. Oh, that's far too close to Hafiz, who somehow gets rid of the ball, but
Yeah, it was nicely done initially, and then tried to play the ball in just too close to the goalkeeper. But good play again from Tanjong Pagar. Lots of space. He's in front of the defense as well.
have another look.
Yeah, as soon as he turned his man, they are brilliant. Going past Madhu. I think the idea was right, but a little bit too close to the goalkeeper.
Yeah. Fasse's done well. One give and go from Koda Tanaka. Still Fasse. Oh, that's a great goal! That's pretty much all Fasse on his own. A little pass from Koda Tanaka. What a finish as well. And they have pulled one back here, Balestier Khalsa.
Well, did it go through Matt Silva? You've got to take a look at that as well, but take nothing away from that finish and that run as well. That give and go was a good one, but still lots to do, and he went past Said Akmal like he wasn't there. Oh, he just put it to the far post. I think the goalkeeper's got to do better.
Was this too easy, Shashi?
Yeah, too easy. Yeah, I think the goalkeeper could have, you know, gone with his hands instead of his legs there. He just went down. Just collapsed.
I'm surprised you to see that's only his third goal. He only joined, of course, in the window, but yeah, that's a great finish from Anton Fasse.
Well, this makes it interesting, isn't it? And
yeah,
lots to play for.
Well, we were talking about this for quite some time, about whether this might be done. It's got a reaction from the crowd as well. Harith Kanadi is on from Fudil.
And I think what that gives Balestier as well, more attacking options, because I think Harith Kanadi is a better attacker, or better going forward than Fudil. He's more adventurous as well. He's got a very good left foot, good crosses. So it's a good substitution to make from Peter Deru.
By the way, there was also a yellow card for Raihan in amongst all that. Again, Fasse. He's been very effective on that left-hand side, isn't he?
Yeah, he's been good. Then again, pace and power to burn. Been taking over, or taking that left-hand side on his own there. Brilliant.
It's just the boost that Balestier Khalsa needed with about half an hour to go in this match. They've had so many opportunities, Tanjong Pagar, to have added to their tally. Balestier Khalsa now just a goal behind. Here's Gallagher. Now Koza. Fasse asks for the ball. That's not a good one. Sahil couldn't hold on to the ball. Sugita. Oh, that was a good save, wasn't it? And he's delighted with that as well. Silva.
Well,
important.
Slightly less than 30 minutes to go, and oh, what a save! That could have, or could be, the candidate of the save of the season. Brilliant fingertip save. Going in, it was arrowing into the top corner.
They look transformed now.
Yeah.
Balestier Khalsa, it's been a good 10 minutes or so for them.
And that is what a goal can do, really. And it's been a much better second half from the Balestier side, and This man is one reason why it has been so Fase on that left-hand side for Balestier.
Slips that through. Faisal Ruslan. But all of a sudden, they're starting to look a little ragged, Tanjong Pagar. Khalsa.
Tight legs as well.
Tanaka! That's taken a deflection along the way. That might have just saved them. It's going to be a corner. But Balestier, Khalsa, they're the ones creating all the opportunities suddenly.
Yeah, suddenly now they're getting behind the defense, and Tanjong Pagar look a little bit tired now. That's a good ball through the middle this time, and it was definitely deflected out.
Yeah, Talipov, the defender, in the way. Again, it's Tanaka waiting at the near post this time. Well, if you're looking at it from the Tanjong Pagar point of view now, what is it? Slow it down a bit, Shashi?
Yeah, you know, keep possession of the ball, and again, just looking at the bench as well, I don't think they have, you know, players that can come on and probably steady the ship a little bit. Lots of youngsters in there as well.
Yeah, most of the players they do have, they're older, of the more defensive nature. Oh, Wada leaving his foot in there. That's going to be a yellow card, a foul on Fukushiro.
That's a tired challenge.
Yeah.
Just take a look at that. He's just reaching out for it. The pace as well.
Now, are they going to be looking at that? By the way, we talked about defensive players, and interesting to see that a striker is going to be taken off here in Shahadat Masnawi. Israfil will replace him. Here we go.
Yeah, exciting play, Israfil, another player on loan from Lion City Sailors.
21 years of age, placing Shahadat Masnawi.
Substitution for Tanjong Pagar United. Number 17, Shahadat Masnawi, being replaced by number 73,
Excuse me, it's
Takashi Cross.
Thornton Takashi Cross. He's 17 years of age. No further action to be taken apart from that yellow card for Wada. So let's see where Cross goes in all of this.
Well, he played on the left side of defense, but he's coming in and he's just playing in that middle of midfield. A little bit defensive now.
Oh, just Moses there falling on Fukushiro, or rather on, yeah, it was Fukushiro. Anton Fase. Fase again. Oh, that was close, wasn't it? I think they're asking if there was an offside involved.
Well, they got to be careful, Tanjong Pagar. I think Raihan there was caught napping as the ball was pulled across. Take a look at this ball in from Fase. He's done well. There, just nearly got there and he was caught. Sugita was taking a shot, and he just got his foot there.
Faisal Ruslan is, or rather Raihan, I think in that trying to make that challenge has hurt himself. So the young man that has come on, Thorsten Cross, as we mentioned, he's 17. This is only his third appearance in the SPL. He has had one previous start. That was towards the end of last year against Hougang United, and one other substitute appearance. So we'll have a fair bit of time here.
Yeah, I think he should be okay. He's up already.
Yeah, interesting that the youngster has been trusted ahead of some more experienced players.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, that's how it is going at the moment for Tanjong Pagar. Anyway, they really haven't got any choice in terms of reserves to put in. Maybe Israfel, who's played a little bit. Umar Ramli seems to be like a forgotten man already. Umar.
Yeah. Might have given them a bit more control in midfield. You never know. There's Talipov. There is the aforementioned Cross. Still more than 20 minutes to go in this. Well, look at that. It's two of them down that left-hand side. Oh, that is a mistake. That's going to cost them. Off Moses there. The ball in from Sugita. And they've got their equaliser. Balestier Khalsa fought from 2 goals down. It's now 2-2.
Oh, very, very unlucky for the youngster. The ball was driven in and he just went with the wrong foot there. He should have gone with his right. Just take a look at the way he went for this. The ball was slightly behind him. Couldn't sort his feet out. And that's a pity. And it's 2-2 now. Back from the dead. Balestier.
Well, that's, you feel sorry for the youngster, but Balestier Khalsa will be absolutely delighted that they have been far from their best today. Though the last 15 minutes has been pretty good for them. And they've borne the rewards of that. And they might feel now they could go on to win this. Think about all the chances they had earlier when they had early in the second half as well, Shasi.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is they've taken out a striker and put in a defensive mid. Don't exactly know where the goal will come now from Tanjong Pagar.
Fase. Oh, he just didn't quite get the touch he wanted, Konai Tanaka.
I think Moses does just enough there to get in front of Darren again with a strong challenge.
Yeah, just that might. He looked like he left a little bit in there, Darren.
But in a way, I think he pulled out of the challenge, Faisal Roslan. So I think that's a fair one from Darren.
He's up and about anyway. We've got a score update for you. There's finally a goal. Dejan Racic has scored for Hougang. It's 1-0 against Albrechts Niigata. There's Cross.
Yeah, just losing control now of the game, Tanjong Pagar.
Sherdeng up to Harith Kanadi. Here's Fassi.
Yeah, Syed Akmal there on that right-hand side, struggling against Fassi in terms of pace.
Dante. Talipov clears.
Yeah, he had to get it right. He does.
Gallagher. Here's T. Well, you can see what he was looking to do there, Fukushiro. Not being able to keep that in play across.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best of balls from Faisal Roslan. Just made it a little bit difficult for the youngster. Here comes Balestier again.
Sugita, now Koza. Certainly hungry for a third here, Balestier Khalsa. Gallagher. Now Deng coming forward. Harith. Seeing a lot of the ball. Oh, just showed a bit too much. Tarante is there to tidy up. Gallagher goes wide. And the ball whipped in! Well, that is a good chance. Missed by Fukushiro.
A great ball from the substitute, Harith Kanadi there. Puts it on a plate for Fukushiro, who should have done better. He couldn't get over the ball.
Just taking pot shots now, and the attempts 5 off target apiece.
Yeah, just got under the ball again, just way over the top. A wild effort.
Well, looks like what, Talipov's going to take the goal kick. That's interesting. Mota says he's injured. Could have been the way he landed on his left foot.
Yeah, just went through him as well, Harith Kanadi. Should be okay. It's just a matter of cramps, I think.
So he's okay. They certainly don't want to be losing Mota at this point. Mota waiting to come back on. Still plenty of time in this match to get a winner. Now Darren Tay to Fukushiro.
Good challenge from Moses, coming across his man again. Well, it's clear, isn't it, that Balestier are on the up now. It's so difficult for Tanjong Pagar to now get behind this Balestier's defense. As Zenevio Mota a little bit deeper and deeper now.
There we go, there's more boys. And now he's dried the ball off. You know what's going to happen here from Madu Mohana. Has got the run up as well. It's going to be a big throw, the Madu special. Just about cleared the lines there. Sherdeng was trying to attack it. Here's Sahil, comes off Darren Tay. Madu did well. Now Khalsa. It's gone out of play. There you go. You can see what he's trying to do. A mistake there from Harith. Oh, that's a wonderful finish from the man of the match so far, Zenevio Mota. Certainly from a Tanjong Pagar perspective, he's profited fully from the mistake by Harith Kanadi. And with 10 minutes on the clock, it is Tanjong Pagar who've regained the lead, 3-2.
Well, who would have thought? Now, we can see this. Sherdeng, they're just dropping off Sahil Suhaimi, and that was what Peter Deru was not happy about. And then obviously that was a mistake from Harith Kanadi, but the problem was when the ball was coming towards Sahil Suhaimi, Sherdeng was there, but then he dropped off. Because if he had gone on to Sahil Suhaimi, I think the ball from Sahil Suhaimi wouldn't have gotten across. So that was why Peter Deru was unhappy, but take nothing away from that finish from Zenevio Mota. Probably their best player tonight. For the whole season, in fact.
That's amazing, that's his only goal this season.
He's so composed as well.
Well, that is fantastic as far as Tanjong Pagar concerned. Zenevio Mota. He's got the all-important third goal for his side. They were desperately needing that. They were the ones under pressure. Yeah, it's just his first goal of the season. By the way, it's also important to note he's 19 years of age, Shasi.
Yeah.
He's got bags of talent. Timor-Leste international. First one to play in this country. He's really impressed.
Goal for Tanjong Pagar United, scoring the third goal, number 11, Zenevio Morientes Mota.
Scored with a finish, by the way, that his namesake would have been proud of. And for those wondering who I'm talking about, Fernando Morientes, a wonderful striker from Real Madrid back in the day.
Yeah, I thought it was Thiago Mota.
Oh. Well, here we go, the other player, Sahil Suhaimi. This time Sherdeng does well.
Yeah.
They got. I mean, you got to be frustrated. You could hear. You very well picked that out. Peter Deru was furious.
And he was furious during that move.
Yeah,
you know,
he was already screaming, wasn't he?
Yeah, you know, he said, "Do not drop off," and that's what they did. But you know that's what happens because it's too late. Because it's happening there and then.
Right.
So the players have got to make the right decisions. It's all about decision making.
Still a fair bit of time in this, so he's got to negotiate this corner. Harith Kanadi to take it. Plenty of height on it. That was goal bound.
It's not a bad delivery there, and I think it's again cramps, and looks like they're going to make another change.
Faisal Ruslan's the one down again. Chance for Fusi's.
Interesting. I think they're going to take out the goal scorer. Oh, that's a push from Fase, clear.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite the move, isn't it? To take him off.
You know what's interesting as well? They're going to put in another 17-year-old. Oh no, sorry, it's a 19-year-old French youngster.
Seems to be some confusion going on. Jansen Fu looking to try and reassert control of whatever's going on here. Oh, it's Sahil. We were informed it was going to be Mota. So it doesn't appear like it's going to be. Looks like they're going to protect this lead, but again, they're not relying on your more experienced players like Umar Akbar.
I think, yeah, I think what's going to happen is Mota is going to play right through the middle as a striker.
Right. Sharon Sabirin. But yeah, as you said, Theolonius Linden. Now, what's he clarifying here?
Substitution for Tanjong Pagar United. Number 11, Morantes Mota being replaced by number 17, Thelonious Max Linden. Number 32, Sahil Suhaimi being replaced by number 77, Israfil Yusuf.
So Israfil is on for Sahil. Interesting. So Mota is off. They're just... This is really fascinating to me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the players play. I think Israfil is going wide right in Zenevia Mota's position. And they're just going to pack the midfield, I guess.
Not even have a false nine type of thing?
Yeah, they might. We'll just see here. Yeah, I think Max Linden is just going to play up top on his own.
Yeah, he's making his debut here. 19-year-old Frenchman. Harith Kanadi, not the best of crosses. Are you a little surprised that Mota comes off as well?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I don't think he was injured. Probably a little bit tired, and this was the ball that was overplayed. But I would have kept it on and probably take Raihan Rahman out, maybe. I don't know, but you know, probably is the good call.
Talipov with the goal kick. Comes off Faisal Ruslan there. 8 minutes we're hearing at the moment, the added time. That will be a bit of a boost for Balestier Khalsa. Rafael out on that right-hand side.
Sherdang giving the ball away. Here comes Raihan. Sherdang in the way.
Does well there, Moses. Well, I mean, given the bare resources that they have, Tanjong Pagar, if they can pull off a win here today, Shasi, it is quite something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good win, you know, and like you said before as well, on paper, they've got the better players. Oh, it's nicely done from Rafael. And they should have gone on to win this game. Balestier obviously made mistakes, but take nothing away from the effort from this Tanjong Pagar team. Still some way to go.
Here's Fasse.
Brilliant from Azim. Just caught Fasse along the way as well, but I thought he got the ball.
Yeah. It's desperate defending now in this bank of 5 in midfield almost, and free kick. They're going to take it quickly. Looking for an equaliser. Charge down. Wada there. Here's Gallagher. Should be easy for Silva.
Yeah, nicely done. Ball hung up in the air too long. So always favourite to get there first.
You can hear the crowd counting the number of seconds he's holding onto the ball. Don't really see that one enforced, do you?
Yeah, never, ever. Just like the
foul throw?
Foul throw.
Ah, I knew that was going to happen. Here's Darren Tay. There we go.
There will be a
8 minutes.
Of 8 minutes of added time.
Oh, that's clumsy. Cross actually did really well there.
Yeah. Nolam Shah asking questions of the decision there. He thought there was a foul on cross.
It might have had a point, to be honest.
Yeah.
There'll be no hurry whatsoever to restart this. Also helps when you need someone else to take your goal kick.
Yeah, and this is experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
From Silva and Talipov as well. You can't count a goal kick.
They're just trying to press home a point here about how long all of this is taking. That got straight out of play. Urgency being shown by Balestier Khalsa. That's not a great pass from Sherdang, but they're okay here. Now Koza. Harith. Just giving that away. Anyway, we'll do right now for Tanjong Pagar. They still have about 6 odd minutes to go. Madu. Out wide here to Darren Tay. Here's Gallagher, or rather Fukushira, excuse me. Moses puts it out. Can't have 3 balls on the pitch. Okay, here we go. Another Madu special, only the second one of the game. It's a big run up again. Hasn't really bothered to dry the ball this time. Talipov gets a good header on that. Oh, that falls nicely to Fase. Took the shot. They're going to get free kick here. Jedeng is fouled inside the D.
Yeah, and I think he wasn't in a position to win the ball. I think it was Raihan. Don't exactly know who it was, but Jedeng was in front and caught on the wrong side as well. So this is a wonderful opportunity for the equalizing goal. Balestier Khalsa. The shot was initially blocked. Jedeng gets the ball. It was definitely Raihan.
You can hear there's a certain degree of frustration on the sidelines. Getting instructions from Silva. Opportunity here.
The opportunity to goalkeeper's left.
Oh, goes right into the wall. Bit of a waste. Plenty of bodies around and around the area.
What a ball that was.
Yeah, away by Talipov. Khalsa into the mix. Oh, he points to the spot. They're saying it's handball by Cross. And they're saying, well, it'll all be looked at by VAR.
Oh, it did hit his head. Don't think it was handball.
Fukushiro said it hit. He's saying exactly what you're saying here. I'm not sure how that's handball at all, Sassy. I guess because he raised his arm, maybe from the angle.
That's the head.
Oh, he'll be very relieved in a minute or two. He's devastated, isn't he? And you hope that they'll shortly overrule the decision. They will, of course, add time onto this. I mean, Shasi, there can be no doubt, right?
Even from here.
Or has it brushed the hand?
Yeah, that's the only thing.
I just wondered.
Yeah,
Let's have another look. Oh, I don't know now. When we see that again, slow motion, it does appear like it might have brushed the hand of Cross.
Especially when it's slowed down like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's, well, a little bit unlucky there for Cross because his hand was up in the air, as in.
Yeah. And of course, older, more experienced defenders, they nowadays, of course, try to put their hands behind their back. Not easy when you're sort of lunging forward.
Yeah.
But Jansen Fu might have got this right. Is he going to review this? Still pointing to the spot. Well, I think it is going to be given here, the penalty.
Yeah.
And then Khalsa is the one stepping up. He rolls it in, and Khalsa has got the equaliser deep into added time after what may appear to be a controversial handball decision on this young man who said it hit his head. Peter Daru and his side might have performed the great escape. Here's the penalty.
Yeah, it was a good penalty, wasn't it, to the goalkeeper's right. He went the wrong way, but unlucky for the youngster. You know, I think he didn't really do anything wrong there. Yeah, did hit his hand. He wasn't to know as well.
5th goal of the season for Alan Khalsa. Well, there will be 2 or 3 more minutes at least out of all this. And here they come now. Sugita, he's got Fase in front of him. Khalsa, it's a nice little turn. Oh, there's a chance here! Silva maybe doing just enough to push Sugita wide. Danger's not over yet. They roll it in. They get the goal! That's been ruled out.
For what?
Fukushira thought he might have had a dramatic 4th goal, but it's offside.
Wow.
It is all happening now at Bishan Stadium.
I think it was for the initial chance for Sugita when he went through. Yeah, I think it was for that one, not for the goal itself. It was great work from Sugita, though. He just rolled it into Fukushiro. Brilliant.
It looks like a good call, to be honest, Shasi. It's not Fukushiro, because Fukushiro's thinking, what have I done? There were people on the goal line.
Yeah, I think it was Sugita when he went through. And to be fair, Matt Silva does well as well to just make it a little bit more difficult. It'll be interesting. And
they're going to have to slow that down again, aren't they?
Yeah, we just got to look at that replays again.
Well, you want to get this absolutely spot on, and it takes as long as it takes to get the right decision, or as close to the right decision as...
Yeah, and it'll be so hard on Tanjong Pagar as well. Yeah, it's no goal. It's offside.
Offside. So one decision goes in favor of Balestier Khalsa, another was Tanjong Pagar. And I think probably, Shasi, that the officials have got both of those correct.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it both were correct decisions. The penalty definitely hit the hand after the head.
We will, by the way, be having the highlights and analysis right after this, so do stick around for that. Oh, chance here, was looking to just take the shot, it never did in the end, did he, Linden? Oh, and cross at the far post. Throwing himself at it in the 100th minute of this match.
Unlucky here. This game could go either way here at the moment. Just a little bit too far for cross.
It's going to be a booking here for Said Akmal. Oh, you wonder how much more time we've got. We've now had 10 minutes of the... We had originally 8. There was the penalty decision, and then there was also the offside decision. So maybe another couple minutes. Both sides have had opportunities to score a 4th. Was there a foul there by Linden? Well, it all comes to an end here at the Bishan Stadium. Shasi, as we look back at this, do you think, which of the two coaches do you think will be disappointed? Will that be Noor Alam Shah?
Listen, both coaches will be disappointed. Peter Diru, obviously, for not winning this game on paper, and Tanjong Pagar having led 2 goals to nil, had the upper hand in the first half, and it's just got tired in the second half in the end. But it's the young boy cross. I don't think it's his fault really. You know, a little bit unlucky. Only his left hand went up. But
you feel for him, but he will learn from this, right?
Oh, of course. And there you go.
Yeah, poor fella. It's a painful one right at the end, and it's good to see the teammates rallying around him. But they fought hard today. There was a good spirit about Tanjong Pagar. Looking at the positives here, you can only get better, right? I mean, they really showed a plucky spirit that may have been lacking for a while.
Absolutely, and I think they had a very good game. And in the end, Balestier just fought hard and just probably a little bit of quality in the end.
It ends here then at Bishan Stadium. Balestier Khalsa 3, Tanjong Pagar United 3. Let us take a look then at the story of this match. Cast your minds back to early on when Mota delivered this ball across the box, and Faisal Roslan, what a finish.
Yeah, I just love the finish from Faisal Roslan from left wing back after that miss kick from Sahil Suhaimi. In what was to be a repeat performance after that from Sahil with a miss kick, but good work from Zenivio. And very well placed shot from Faisal Roslan.
You could see the clouds looming, and I don't just mean for Balestier's defence here. It was a fine finish from Faisal Roslan. And then we had Mota again. He just caused so many problems. This time it was Shadab Asnawi who took advantage.
Then, yeah, he tried to pick Sahil Suhaimi out, but then he decided to miskick the ball to that man there, Shadab. But it was a great switch of play from Faisal Roslan. And 1v1 Zenivio, he had so much time to just pick out his man. And then it was a very good finish from Shadab.
Yeah, fine finish. And at that point, they looked rampant. This was after the almost 2-hour break we had, by the way, for the lightning alert system. But they finally kind of started getting their act together, didn't they? This was in the middle of a decent spell for them, Balestier Khalsa.
Yeah, and then Anton Fase here, who was instrumental in the comeback, did very well on that left-hand side. Oh, it's a solo goal after a give and go with Korai Tanaka. He powers past Syed Akmal. And then the finish was a little bit too easy.
And it continued. Fase was a real threat. That left-hand side was very good. Here was the ball in from Sugita. Unfortunately, comes off Moses to go in.
And sadly, two youngsters making mistakes in this game that was really crucial, really. Again, and this ball that was whipped in, and Marcus Moses just couldn't sort his feet out. He went with the left foot and put it past his own goal.
Well, they kept fighting, and they profited from a bit of a mistake here from both Deng and Harith.
Yeah, and all you have to say is what a finish from Zenivio Mota. Very composed, and the way he just took it past Hafiz was just class. And for a moment there, we thought that was the winning goal in this game. A mistake from Harith there, and then just clipped it past Hafiz.
Fine little dink up here for a Mota, and we thought maybe because it was late on that would be it, but no. Balestier, to their credit, also fought away, and this was a moment of controversy perhaps at first, and then when we looked back on the replay, I don't know whether, again, it's what hits first, the face or the arm. We couldn't tell, but of course the VAR officials had a long hard look at it, and then Koza scores.
Yeah, it was a very good penalty from Alan Koza. Took it wrong side of Matt Silva. Composed. And there was a goal disallowed as well in the end. So Gita there just going past Matt Silva, but he was in an offside position when he received the ball, and he puts it on a plate for Fukushiro, but right call.
It wasn't, of course, Fukushiro, it was Sugita earlier on receiving the ball in that piece. You might just see it here. Yeah, it certainly does look to be offside, that one. That would have been really dramatic to have got a fourth, having come back each and every time in this match, but it wasn't to be. And these are the stats, Shashi, for this game.
In the end, it was really even, wasn't it? Except for the possession, obviously they were trying to get back into the game, and 3-all. A good game of football, I've got to say, in the end.
Yeah, it was very entertaining, despite the long wait we had. Let's just go over to Jalan Besar Stadium, the match between Hougang United and Albrechts Niigata, and this was the only goal of the game. And yeah, that Plazonia Racic combo is so deadly, isn't it?
What a lovely cross that was, and a lovely finish as well.
So that win is important for Albrechts because it means that they maintain their 4th place spot, and of course they are still 2 points clear of Balestier Khalsa, who are in 5th. Tanjong United with a rare point. So let's just remind you there is still one more fixture to go tomorrow. That is at Jalan Besar Stadium. Young Lions are playing Lion City Sailors, who must win to just keep that healthy lead they have over BG Tampines Rovers, who won earlier in the week. So we eventually get to the end of our match here, almost 2 hours after it should have ended. But it has been a thriller, worth the wait perhaps. Balestier Khalsa 3, Tanjong Pagar United 3. Thanks a lot for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow evening.